Well, racers, figured I'd give you a little update here while we're watching Jake put on a track prep clinic. This is Shirlene's son, Austin. I know you don't hear from me all too often, but I figured I'd give you a little rundown of what got us to this point. So, while we were running our pro class, there was a little bit of an oil down. 14 quarts of transmission fluid out of deep a deep sump power glide was leaked onto the right side of the right lane. That oil down started about 350 feet out and went all the way down the track, down the return road, and made it right back to the ambulance before it quit after dumping all 14 quarts out there on the track. And unfortunately, I mean, there was no indication to the driver or even to us here on the starting line or in the tower that there was an oil down. There was no smoke or otherwise any other indications, even to the driver, that there was some sort of catastrophic oil failure of their vehicle. With that being said, it is a very bad oil down. Because of the winds today, the clean sweep from the right lane had to be blown onto the left lane. And when you have a sticky track that has lots of glue on it, that clean sweep doesn't want to go in the air, but it would rather stick to the track. So that glue we use is Lane Choice 7. It's quite expensive, and it continues to go up in price. But that clean sweep sticks to the track. So unfortunately, we find ourselves in a 2-lane, full track, complete reprep. Now that typically is a 8 to 12 hour process that we do over 2 or 3 days before the race. And unfortunately, we have one tractor and we have one sprayer. We're not the NHRA Safety Safari where we have $1 million in track prep equipment. But on the bright side, we have been doing this for quite a while, and it's something that we're familiar with. But unfortunately, it does take a little bit of time. So. On a positive note, Jake should be on his last few legs here of track prep, and we should have a completely fresh new track prep surface for you guys out there.
All right, back to racing with Tom Brooks and John Atkinson. Tom Brooks, runner up at the Medford Dragstrip. Central Point, Oregon, the Camo 50 Chevy in the O2 Motorsports lane. John Atkinson out of Klamath Falls, the 65 Mustang. '65 red for Tom Brooks. He goes 636, 106. 703 for Atkinson at 100 even. Here comes Roger Phillips, the Milkman, Adam Modesto, the Punisher, current pro points leader in the Platinum Construction lane, taking on Mike Nelson, O2 Motorsports lane out of Chico, California. Jeff Barth, Al Sally. Sally out of Central Point, Oregon, the Fairmont in the Platinum Construction lane. Jeff Barth, 71 Vega, the O2 Motorsports lane. Just a reminder, guys, Pro and Super Pro are 8th mile. Pro and a Super Pro are 8th mile. Running it to the quarter mile does you nothing. So Pro and Super Pro are 8th mile. Mike Reynolds, Bob Harris. Big Chevy truck, little Chevy truck. Mike Reynolds, the S10 in the Platinum Construction lane. Bob Harris, 6,000 pounds of 69 Chevy long bed in the O2 Motorsports lane. Bob, 764 at 86. Little S10 goes 759, 90 miles an hour. Comes Junior Stanley, Dwayne Opperman. 10 green for David Meyer. Test and tune, lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. Bill Combs, Scott Simpson. Missed round number 1 for motorcycle qualifying. We're just going to sneak them in here. That way they get their 2 hits. $10.46 for Scott. $10.62 for Bill in the Platinum Construction lane. Here come the Junior Dragsters. First per out in Junior Dragsters, Madison Jordan, Boston McConnell. Boston, the O2 Motorsports lane. Madison in the Platinum Construction lane out of Paradise. .005 reaction time for Boston McConnell. Good for the top qualifier spot here for the time being. He goes 11:07. Madison Jordan goes 9:02 at 71 miles an hour. Alexa Ellsworth goes 1409. 1194 for Cameron Ellsworth in the O2 Motorsports lane. Comes Owen Kinder, Tegan Glanzer, your next pair. Tegan Glanzer, your reigning Junior Dragster Pro Champion in the O2 Motorsports lane. With friend and fellow competitor Owen Kinder in the Platinum Construction lane. .004 light for Owen Kinder. It is very unusual to see Tegan Glanzer leave second, and that's what happened here. Tegan goes 798 at 80 miles an hour, 832.75 the run for Owen Kinder. Comes Anna Loricella and Colby Bates. So once again, test and tune, lane 8. Going to call Sportsman back to 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Sportsman 2 and 3. Courtney Goodman goes 793.81, 917.67. The run for Dylan Ellsworth in the O2 Motorsports lane. Wraps up Junior Dragsters, moving into Super Pro. First pair out, Dale Lindstrom and Kelsey Thurber. Sam Tucker, Tony Fox coming up. Tony Fox out of Oroville in the O2 Motorsports lane. Your top qualifier is Joey Earhart after a perfect reaction time on the second run in the wheel standing Henry J. Going to be tough to top that one. You got about 5-10 thou to work with. Sam Tucker tried. He goes 001 for the number 2 spot. 550 at 122 miles an hour. Tony Fox goes 502, 136 in the 03 undercover in the O2 Motorsports lane. Joe Froome and Marty Cisneros, your next pair. Marty Cisneros, the O2 Motorsports lane out of Redding, California. Joe Froome, the Tehama Tire sponsored 2012 Yancer in the Platinum Construction lane. Trans brake issue there for Marty Cisneros. Joe Froome goes 17 green, 490. 140 miles an hour. Bobby Hartshorn, Mike Thurber. Mike, one of the Thurber family third-gen Camaros in the Platinum Construction lane. This is the 1982 variety. Bobby Hartshorn, Fifth Avenue Body Shop, the O2 Worthy in the O2 Motorsports lane. As we continue through round 1 of qualifying, once again, Sportsman, you've been called to lanes 2 and 3. Attention in the pits, Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Bobby Hartshorn, 497. After an 016 bulb, Mike Thurber, another 001. Slightly worse than Sam Tucker, is going to slip him into the number 3 spot. Jason Vanderpool goes 495. Stacer Hartshorn, 547 in the O2 Motorsports lane. Dean Hall, Ken McConnell. Dean Hall, the fastest entry in Super Pro today at a Guerneville, California, the Corbel Champagne Cellar sponsored car in the Platinum Construction lane. .426 at 166 miles an hour for Dean Hall. 545 for Ken McConnell in the O2 Motorsports lane. Mike Brundage, Allison Burnop. Allison Keno, Oregon, the Platinum Construction Lane. Mike Brundage, reigning 2020 Super Pro Track Champion in the O2 Motorsports Lane. .545 for Allison, 511 for Brundage in the O2 Motorsports Lane. Nick Ciccone, Bill Wood, approaching the starting line. Nick Ciccone doing double duty today out of Eureka, California. Samoa Dragstrip Pro Champion. Bill Wood, the O2 Motorsports Lane. What is there to say about Bill Wood that somebody hasn't already said somewhere, sometime? .24 for Bill out of the gate. He goes 489, 141. Nick Ciccone, Big Red, 065 on the bad side. Goes 665, 103. John Ruff, Junior Stanley. Stanley, Vacaville, 63 Falcon in the Platinum Construction Lane. Also double entered today. John Ruff out of Central Point, Oregon, the O2 Motorsports Lane. Jake Wood, Redding, California, Platinum Construction Lane. The 1900 S&W Dragster. David Meyer out of Sheridan, your reigning Division 7 Super Pro Champion in the O2 Motorsports Lane. He is reigning for one more week. Unless, of course, he wins again next week. Once again, Sportsman should be lanes 2 and 3. I'm going to call Pro to 4 and 5. So Sportsman 2 and 3, Pro 4 and 5. Motorcycles, lane 8. Tension in the pits. Motorcycles, lane 8. Motorcycles, lane 8. You're going to be out following Sportsman. Motorcycles, lane 8. Nick Beckman going down for some test and tune action in the old dirty bug.
Sportsman, suit up, please. Sportsman, suit up.
Once again, motorcycles, lane 8, Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5, Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Bob Harris, 132 on the tree, puts him in the number 10 spot. Jim Barden, the number 5 spot. Here comes Neil Eller and Andrew Olson. Neil Eller, 27 on the tree. That's going to move him up. Andrew Olson, 29 after his 026 reaction time. Going to see no improvement there. Neil Eller goes 12:26, 106 miles an hour. What's an hour? Andrew Olson goes 1975 in the Dragon Volvo wagon. Here comes dead on Dennis Bowman. Dwayne Opperman. Dwayne Opperman out of Napa. The O2 Motorsports lane. Just call him Double Up Dwayne. Dennis Bowman out of Yuba City in the Orange Crate in the Platinum Construction lane. .007 for Dwayne Opperman. Going to put him in the number 3 position. Going to be Opperman down there, 12:14, 108, 12:97. Run for Dennis Bowman at 102 miles an hour. Here comes Dan Fansler, Len Hubbard. Len Hubbard, the 350Z, the O2 Motorsports lane. Used to see Len racing his little roadster. Moved on to the Z car. Dan Fansler, the Mordor Chevelle, in the Platinum Construction lane. Going to be Fansler down there, 13:60 for the Chevelle, 14:47 the run for Len Hubbard. That is his second red lit reaction time of the day. He's going to start bottom of the ladder. Here comes Jake Wood, Joy Tucker. Jake Wood held the top qualifying position for one entire round before David Rudd took it away from him. He's got 2 ways to beat it and get it back. Not going to happen here. He's 117 on the tree. We're going to use the better of the two. He's going to hold on to that 004. Miss Joy Tucker goes red. 12:22, 108 for the 66 Satellite. Jake Wood, 1952. That's not a year, although it feels like it took a year. That's the ET, 71 miles an hour. For the surprisingly Torquay Dodge Ram. Here comes David Rudd, Voss Merdita. Voss does pretty well in those Wednesday night bracket shootout events. I think he's won 3. In the 68 Firebird, the O2 Motorsports lane, he goes 58 on the tree here. David Rudd in the Platinum Construction lane. It is not unusual to see him in the late rounds of Sportsman either. He goes 13:29, 99 miles an hour. Bring on the wonderful world of motorcycles and bring down to the staging lanes Junior Dragsters. Pro ET, you should be 4 and 5. You're up next. Pro ET, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. You're not here now. You're late. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. Junior Dragsters, your first call, lane number 1. Tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. And how about Super Pro? Just start rolling this way, lanes 6 and 7. Super Pro, just why not? Just start heading this way, lanes 6 and 7. So Junior Dragsters should be coming to the lanes. Super Pro should be coming to the lanes. And Pro ET should be in the lanes. Steve Stone, 123 red. Charlie Blunt goes 49 green. They were dead even in ET last time. Steve Stone falls off. He goes 993. 961 for Charlie, the O2 Motorsports lane. Final pair out in motorcycles, Scott Simpson, Bill Combs. Bill from Kihei, Hawaii, the O2 Motorsports lane. And Scott Simpson in the Platinum Construction lane. .44 on the tree for Scott Simpson. Going to move him up to the number 2 qualifier position. He already had the number 1 qualifier. He's just going to stay number 1. Coming out in pro. Roger Phillips, 42 on the tree. He goes 662. Good hold on to the top qualifier position. John Atkinson and Shelly Garber coming up now. Once again, Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Pro ET coming out of 4 and 5. You're not here, you're late. Pro ET, 4 and 5. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. All announcements are simulcast on FM 92.3. So once again, 92.3 on your FM dial, if you have a dial. Al Sally missed it by that much, tripped at 1 thou red in the Fairmont. 49 green for Billy Goss. Here comes Shane Tatum, Bob Harris. Harris had a red bluff. Harris Brothers Racing, the O2 Motorsports lane in the big Chevy long bed. Crowd favorite. Shane Tatum, the good-looking Chevy 2 in the Platinum Construction lane. Mike Nelson, John Sullivan, 17 on the tree for Nelson. Goes 627, moves him up to the number 6 qualifier position. John Sullivan goes 691 in the 32 Bantam. Here comes Dwayne Opperman. Mike Reynolds. Double up Dwayne Opperman, the ever-present 67 Camaro. Napa, California. Once again, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Nick Ciccone, 16 on the tree for the hitter from Samoa Dragstrip. He goes 667, 103 miles an hour, 669, 103 for Bob Pearson. Joseph Johnson, 187 on the tree, 583, 114 for the 32 Bantam Alter. David Meyer, Robert Crum. Crum, the O2 Motorsports lane. Top-notch cleaning solutions. He's done some winning here over the last year. Took first place at the, whatever the heck the name was of that pirate-themed race up at Samoa Dragstrip. Something about treasure and oceans and yar. He goes 27 on the tree, 668. David Meyer, 660, 101 in the little S10. winds up pro qualifying. In a category where Roger Phillips held on to the top qualifier position with his 002 reaction time. However, it's an even field, so no first round bye. Whap, whap. Moves us on into junior dragsters now. Once again, Super Pro should be in 6 and 7. Super Pro should be in 6 and 7. And I'm going to put Test and Tune lane 8. Test and Tune lane 8. As we wind down round number 2 of qualifying. 14 red for Colby Bates. 45 red for Anna Laura Sella. Hey guys, there's no line over there at the Snack Shack on the east side of the racetrack. Got all sorts of nice, cool treats for you over there. There's cold beer, Gatorade, water, Reese's peanut butter cups, snow cones, Jeans burgers. If I listed the whole menu, I'd be here all day, and I'd probably order half of it. We're also doing $5 off on sweatshirts and T-shirts today. That's adjacent to the Snack Shack on the east side of the racetrack. Head on over there, check it out. $18 green for Tegan Glanzer. That's back on form. 796 at 80 miles an hour. 052 for Owen Kinder in the O2 Motorsports lane. 836 at 75, the final ET on that run. Courtney Goodman, Dylan Ellsworth. Looks like they're going to be the tail end of the junior dragster category here. Super Pro, be ready. You're up next. Super Pro up next. Super Pro up next. Test and tune lane 8. You're following Super Pro. Test and tune lane 8. Sportsman, your ladder is posted at the tower. In addition to the motorcycle ladder, the pro ladder, and in just a few short moments, the junior dragster ladders. So come to the ladders and come to the tower and get your ladder pairings. Jam and Joey Erickhart, your top qualifier, courtesy of a perfect reaction time in the first time trial, the Henry J. In the Platinum Construction lane. Sam Tucker, the NE2 Bantam Altered in the O2 Motorsports lane. Man, flying high for Joey Erickhart. He goes 20 green, 695 for the Henry J. Sam Tucker goes 550 at 122 miles an hour. Those are your number 1 and your number 2 qualifiers. John Prop, Kelsey Thurber. Thurber Family Racing, 3rd Gen Camaro Fleet, the O2 Motorsports lane. John Prop out of Auburn, California, the Platinum Construction lane. Joe Froome, Red Bluff, California, Tehama Tire sponsored 2012 Yancer and Ken McConnell out of Red Bluff in the Platinum Construction Lane. Dale Lindstrom, Chop Top Camaro, goes 577 to finish his second qualifying run for the day. Stacer Hartshorn and Jason Vanderpool pulling up now. Bill Wood, Allison Burnop. 009 for Allison, 028 for Bill Wood in the Platinum Construction Lane. Bill goes 489. Allison goes 545. Dean Hall, 427 at 165 miles an hour. .007 for John Ruff, 789 in the O2 Motorsports lane. Mike Brundage and Mike Thurber. Brundage in the Platinum Construction lane looking to improve on his current number 13 qualifying position. He's going to do it, but not as much as he hoped. He's going to move up to number 9. Mike Thurber moves up to the number 3 spot. All right, final car going down the track, and we're going to take a quick 10-minute breather. So, David Meyer, your final car down in Super Pro. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break here before round 1. So, all the ladders are going to be posted at the tower. Come to the tower to get your ladder pairings. Once again, ladders are posted at the tower. Come get your pairings for round number 1. We're going to take a 10-minute breather here, and we will be back with round number 1. Miss Joy Tucker, everybody. All right, sportsmen, suit up. Sportsmen, suit up. Pro lanes 4 and 5. Pro lanes 4 and 5. Round number 1. Tension in the pits. Pro ET lanes 4 and 5. 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 Going to put out the first call for the Junior Dragsters to lane number 1. Pro ET 4 and 5. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1. Your first pair of eliminations. Miss Joy Tucker, who just graced us with a beautiful national anthem in the Platinum Construction lane with her 66 Plymouth Satellite. She's dialed 1218. What is this, battle of the 12-second Mopars? Neil Eller out of Wairika, the 70 Dart, the O2 Motorsports lane, with a 1224 dial. Red light for Neil Eller. It's over from the beginning. Joy Tucker takes the free pass into round number 2. She goes 1219 on the 1218 dial. Right there comes Len Hubbard, Dennis Bowman. Fairly similar reaction times for Dennis Bowman and Len Hubbard. Down there at the finish line, it looks like Bowman's got him. Yep. Double breakout finish. Both drivers under by a lot. Dennis Bowman under by almost a tenth. Len Hubbard under by a tenth and a half. 5 feet down there. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Portatree says Dennis Bowman. Comes Dan Fansler, Dwayne Opperman. 1369 the dial for Fansler, the Mordor Chevelle in the Platinum Construction lane. 1214, double up Dwayne, the O2 Motorsports lane. Fansler looking over his shoulder, trying to spot the silver bullet. It's going to be Dwayne Opperman, another double breakout finish. Both under by a lot. I think the wind came up and it's screwing up a lot of people. David Rudd, Jim Barden. $13.29 the dial for Rudd. $12.88 for Barden in a round one where we've seen some substantial breakouts so far. See, and I thought it was the wind, and the flag just stopped. So who knows what's happening out there? We'll see if Jim Barden or David Rudd know, because I sure don't. $13.29 for Rudd in the Blue Nova, activating the brake lights already. It's going to be David Rudd. $13.34 on the $13.29 dial. Jim Barden, $12.93, 105. Off the dial by 5, behind by 3 off the starting line. Here comes Bob Harris and Andrew Olson. $12.25, Bob Harris, Harris Brothers Racing. $69, Fleet Side. Big, heavy truck. And there goes Andrew Olson in the Volvo wagon with my tent on the roof. Andrew Olson fouled out. He goes 29 red. 1970 was his dial. He's going to run it out the back door. He goes 1976. Bob Harris, 1234 on the 1225. Going to move on into the next round where he gets to face somebody. The winner of this pair. How about that? That makes it convenient. Voss Burdita and Jake Wood seeing who gets to race Bob Harris in the next round. Juniors, lane number 1. Juniors, lane number 1. If you're not here, you're late. Junior Dragsters, lane number 1, please. Voss Burdita, an awful long wait. Jake Woods away. Here comes the Firebird, the Thunder Chicken in hot pursuit. Jake Wood looking over his shoulder. Runs it out. How about a win light for Jake Wood? He's 122 on the tree. Voss Burdita, 191 on the tree. Under by more than 5 hun, trying to get there first. Jake Wood good by over a 10th. It's really hard to drive the stripe down there with a 40-mile-an-hour speed differential, as we just saw. Moving into motorcycles, Bill Combs, Scott Simpson. Pro ET, you're up next. Pro ET, you're up next. Suit up. Pro ET, suit up. Tension in the pits. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, lane 6 and 7, please. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Round number 1, Super Pro, lanes 6 and 7, please. $10.50, the dial for Bill Combs. $10.40, the dial for Scott Simpson in the O2 Motorsports lane. Scott Simpson's going to take the win here. 10.54 on the 10.40. Bill Combs, 329 on the tree, not going to get it done. Steve Stone, Charlie Blunt. Big red light for Steve Stone, 252 red. Charlie Blunt, 093 green, going to move on to the next round where he gets to face Scott Simpson in the motorcycle final. Moving into Pro ET, first pair out is going to be Shane Tatum, Joseph Johnson. Joseph Johnson, Shane Tatum. Your first pair out in Pro ET. 585 the dial for Johnson, 612 for Shane Tatum, the O2 Motorsports lane in the Chevy 2. Attention in the pits, Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Super Pro lane 6 and 7 for round number 1. Super Pro lane 6 and 7. Roger Phillips and Big John Sullivan. As we keep on rolling through Pro ET, winner of this pair gets the bye run. So this pair got quite a bit on the line. Roger Phillips, the top qualifier, makes him eligible for the first bye run in eliminations here. But he's, right when you start talking about him, 004 red, John Sullivan's going to get that second round bye run. He goes 688 on the 680 dial. Roger Phillips is 004 red, dead 9. That one's going to hurt. John Sullivan's reaction time started with a crooked number. And when it doesn't start with a round number, you're usually in trouble. But in this case, he moves on. Shelly Garber, the O2 Motorsports lane, the Wild Dog, the 71 Vega, Team Vega. 756 is her prediction. Mike Nelson waiting a little over a second. The 71 Nova in the Platinum Construction lane. And he decided not to wait that little bit over a second. He decided to wait a little under a second. He goes red. He goes 627. Puts Shelly Garber into round number 2 of Pro ET. Kevin Barden, the Gear Jammer. Oh, really? We laddered the Medford guys together. Kevin Barden and Tom Brooks have raced each other more than once. We'll just say that. Kevin Barden, the Gear Jammer, the 65 Mustang, he's going to move on. In untimely red light from Tom Brooks in the 49 Camo Chevrolet. Going to move the Gear Jammer into round number 2. Here comes Sean Stanley, Nick Ciccone. Sean Stanley, 69 Camaro out of West Sacramento. 669 the prediction here, and 3 hun quicker for Nick Ciccone in the O2 Motorsports lane. Well, a lot of red lights this round. Nick Ciccone, 014 red. Sean Stanley would have been tough to beat. He was 007 green. Well, no, he was also 2/10 under the dial in. Ciccone would have had some room to play there if he turned it green. Comes Billy Goss and John Adkison. John's out of Klamath Falls. The only thing I know about Klamath Falls is that parts of the downtown have heated sidewalks, so the snow just melts right off. That's about all I know about Klamath Falls. Billy Goss already caught the Mustang. He's going to take the win, 619 for the 27T Roadster, and move on to round number 2. Oh, look, it's David Meyer out of Sheridan, California, your Division 7 Super Pro champion for 2020. He's reigning for another week, unless he wins again next year, which he could do that. 661 for the Little S10. 669 the dial for his opponent, Bob Pearson. Going to be David Meyer on a double breakout finish. Portertree did the thing where it gave me lots of numbers. It's 1 thou down there at the finish line. About 2 inches. Your margin of victory for David Meyer. You know, I think that guy's just good. Like, maybe when you win the division and all that stuff, you're kind of good. Yeah, I think so. Here comes Al Sally. Good-looking Fairmont Futura Coupe. Kind of a unique bodied entry in the O2 Motorsports lane. He goes red. Jeff Barth turns it 8 thou green in the 71 Vega to move on. Mike Reynolds, the snowman. Good-looking Chevy S10 in the Platinum Construction lane. 759, the prognostication. 762 for Dwayne Opperman. They are 3 hun apart. You should be able to see this one on the starting line. Opperman should jump a hair first. If that doesn't happen, he's in trouble. Well, Reynolds moved first. 145 first. That's a lot first. Dwayne Opperman, 006 green, and he goes 2 thou under. That is a very tight window for just about anybody to get inside. A very tight run for Dwayne Opperman. Junior Stanley takes the freebie here. Angie Goss had some mechanical issues, was unable to make the call. Moving on into Junior Dragsters. Super Pro should be in 6 and 7. Super Pro should be in 6 and 7. Going to call test and tune to lane 8. Test and tune to lane 8. Test and tune, lane 8. All right, we're really going to start rolling through the rotation now, guys. The car counts are cut in half as we approach round number 2, so be ready to start cooling them off and turning the cars around. Super Pro should be in 6 and 7. Test and Tune should be in lane 8. I'm going to put Sportsman back to 2 and 3. Sportsman, 2 and 3. So we've called round number 2 for Sportsman. Again, we're just going to keep rolling through as quick as we can. We're going to get this thing wrapped because we're having the Fall Classic Appreciation Barbecue tonight, and everyone wants tri-tip and pulled pork and all sorts of mouth-watery goodness. So, or whatever's over there. I don't even know what's over there, but whatever's over there I'm sure is great. I heard tri-tip, so that's about all I need to know. Okay. Oh, there's chicken. Got it. Chicken and tri-tip. So the Fall Classic Barbecue happening later. So we're trying to roll through the race here. So round number 2, Sportsman. 2 and 3, please. Round number 2 of Sportsman. Come on down. Step right up. I'd tell you the water's fine, but there is no water. This is California, after all. Cameron Ellsworth going to pick up the win. 1191 on the 1190. Alexa Ellsworth breaks out. Almost a tenth under the dial-in. Comes Colby Bates and Dylan Ellsworth. 9:15 for Dylan, 8:93 the dial for Colby in the O2 Motorsports lane. Very similar reaction times. They are 7 thou apart in a double breakout finish. Dylan Ellsworth comes out on top. 9:11 on the 9:15 dial after an 0:43 reaction time. Colby Bates 0:50 on the tree. Under by more. Courtney Goodman, Owen Kinder, $7.99 for Courtney, and Owen Kinder has chosen the 831 dial-in. A small tornado on the starting line does not distract Courtney or Owen. It's going to be Owen Kinder. 835 on the 831 dial. He moves on to the next round. Tegan Glanzer might be in trouble. Anna Lauricella with a strong reaction time. And she can't run the number. Tegan Glanzer overcomes being treed to take the win. He's 46 on the tree, good by 27. Anna Lauricella was 017 out of the gate and slowed down 600 off the dial, could not run the number. Moving into round number 1 of Super Pro with Jammin' Joey Erichart and Joe Froome. So 692, the dial for Joey Erichart in the Henry J in the Platinum Construction lane. 491 for Joe Froome in the O2 Motorsports lane. The Tehama Tire sponsored Dragster. It's going to be Joey Erichart. How about your top qualifier? He goes 696 on the 692. Joe Froome missed the tree and went 1 thou under the dial trying to get there. Bobby Hartshorn, Ken McConnell, your next pair. 496 for Bobby, 546 in the O2 Motorsports lane for Ken McConnell. Once again, sportsman. Round number 2. To lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman to the lanes, please. Ken McConnell, lettuce, bacon, 3 avocados. That is LB3A. He left before the tree activated. Going to move Bobby Hartshorn into the next round after a freebie pass. Jason Vanderpool and Sam Tucker coming up now. 550 the dial for Tucker. The Bantam in the O2 Motorsports lane, the former comp car. 495, Jason Vanderpool in the Platinum Construction lane. Little over 1 bulb between them. Well, Jason Vanderpool fouls out. He's 7th foul red. Sam Tucker, 21 to the green side. He breaks out, but it works out. Breaks out, works out. All these things are headed out. Here comes Allison Burnop and Marty Cisneros. 5:35 the dial for Marty. 5:45 the dial for Allison at Aquino, Oregon in the Platinum Construction Lane. Allison, your number 7 qualifier with a 006 reaction time. Allison Burnop rolls the beams and goes red. Marty Cisneros moves on into round number 2. 5:37 on the 5:35 dial to take the win. Want to say that's her first round win in competition. I could be wrong, but I'm judging by her husband's excited reaction. I think that might just be the first round win in competition for Marty Cisneros. Dean Hall, Tony Fox. Tony Fox is dialed 502, which is not slow, but Dean Hall's dialed 425, which is fast in the O2 Motorsports lane. The Corbel Champagne Cellars car out of Guerneville, California, out there on the Russian River. It's going to be Dean Hall down there. He's 009 off the starting line. He goes 431 at 161 miles an hour. Tony Fox goes 5025 on a 502 dial, and he does not take the win. It's all in the reaction time. Here comes Bill Wood, Mike Thurber. 489 for Bill, 575 for Mike, the third-gen Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane as we roll through round number 2 of the Fall Classic here at the historic Reading Dragstrip. Want to say a big thank you to all of our fans for coming out to support the event, as well as the racers. The sky has cleared up. We have no more fond fire smoke. It is a beautiful day here in Redding, California, as Bill Wood lays 14 total down on the racetrack to secure his space in round number 2. Want to extend a special thank you to all of our sponsors here at the historic Reading Dragstrip, some of which include O2 Motorsports, Platinum Construction, Al's Saw Shop, Napa Auto Parts, McHale Sign for all of their hard work on the Neon Jeans hamburger sign, and Tullis Asphalt, Shasta Beam for the Shasta Beam live stream, and of course Anderson Trophies and Awards for all of the fine prizes we have to give out at the completion of today's event. So if you're a sponsor, you know who you are. Thank you very much. We appreciate your contributions to drag racing in Shasta County. Mike Thurber with a mechanical issue. Sorry, too many white third-gen Camaros. John Ruff with a mechanical issue. He's 13 on the tree and way off the dial. Stacer Hartshorn into the next round, clicks it off in the shorty drag steer. Here comes Kelsey Thurber, Jake Wood. 523 for the other member of the Wood Racing clan in the O2 Motorsports lane. 664, Kelsey Thurber. Third gen in the Platinum Construction lane. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman lanes 2 and 3, please. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Sportsman 2 and 3, please. Sportsman 2 and 3. Motorcycles lane 8. Motorcycles lane 8. Sportsman 2 and 3. When the going gets done and the win lights get one, it's going to be Jake Wood. Kelsey Thurber was perfect in reaction time, and she could not run the number. Jake Wood, 0-10 on the tree, not too far behind. Managed to get in the window. That is a tough loss for Kelsey Thurber. Well, this one might get a little interesting. It's times like this I wish we had a gambling edition here. Like a gambling wing. David Meyer, Mike Brundage. This could go either way. Well, I mean, I guess most races could go either way. That doesn't really count, right? I mean, races can go either way. That's just kind of how they go. But, oh my goodness. David Meyer is 002 on the tree and 3 thou under the dial-in. Mike Brundage is 23 on the tree. Dead 6. He's 29 total. Meyer took a big stripe down there and does not turn on the win light. Here comes Robert Crum, John Prop. 483 for Prop out of Auburn, California in the O2 Motorsports lane. 667, your Reading Dragstrip defending Pro ET champion in the Platinum Construction lane with Robert Crum in the top-notch cleaning Chevy Nova. Okay. All right. I see it. That is the second perfect light in eliminations here for Super Pro. This one's owned by Robert Crum. He's 3 thou under the dial. John Prop's 40 on the tree, and he's under by more. 8 feet down there. Give it to Robert Crum. Here comes Junior Stanley, Nick Ciccone. Nick Ciccone going to take the win here. 4 thou apart on the tree. Junior Stanley missed the dial by a bundle. Nick Ciccone did not. Move that 72 Mercury Comet into the next round. Here comes Sean Stanley. Dale Lindstrom. Battle of the first-gen Camaros. 652 for Sean. 577 for Dale. Sean, 8 thou red. Dale Lindstrom, 1 thou green. A lot of thous going on. A lot of thous. Jake Wood and Bob Harris, we need you guys to the staging lanes for Sportsman. Jake Wood and Bob Harris. Hey, Jake Wood's on the return road. That one's going to have to wait a minute. But Bob Harris, if you want to come down, come on down. Took me a minute to realize, oh yeah, Jake's racing his other car. He just did that other thing. So Bob Harris, come on down. Motorcycle, round number 2. Motorcycle, round number 2. Lane 8, motorcycle, round number 2. Once again, motorcycle, round number 2. Looks like Charlie Blunt's down there. We are missing Scott Simpson. I see him getting his motorcycle now from my viewpoint here in the tower. Pro AT, 4 and 5. Pro AT, 4 and 5. Tension in the pits. Pro AT, 4 and 5. So once again, Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5 for round number 2. Tension in the pits, Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET, lanes 4 and 5. All right, listen, y'all. All I'm asking for is cars to the staging lanes. Pro ET, 4 and 5. Pro ET, 4 and 5. Motorcycle final, Scott Simpson, Charlie Blunt. $10.48 for Scott, $9.59. Charlie Blunt in the Platinum Construction Lane. Motorcycle final round, here it comes. Charlie Blunt, 35 on the tree, goes dead 9 on the dial. Scott Simpson had the better reaction time. Could not run the number. 5 feet down there. Your winner, Charlie Blunt. Sportsman, suit up. Sportsman, suit up. Pro ET, 4 and 5. Pro ET, 4 and 5. At this point, why don't we just get winners back to the lanes? All the ladders are posted. They're updated. Y'all know who you're racing, so why don't we get juniors to lane number 1, Pro ET to lane 4 and 5, And how about some Super Pro 6 and 7? David Rudd, Dennis Bowman. First pair out in round number 2 of Sportsman. 1325 the dial for Mr. Rudd. 1291 for Dead on Dennis in the O2 Motorsports lane. Three red for Dennis Bowman moves David Rudd into the final round. And you may think that's confusing, but it's not that confusing when you look at the ladder, because that was the race for the bye run. Here comes Joy Tucker, Dwayne Opperman. Pair of 12-second runners, 12-18 the dial for Miss Joy, and 12-10 for Double Up Dwayne in the O2 Motorsports lane. Wow. Joy Tucker picked a bad time to be late. Dwayne Opperman going to move on to the next round. Joy's light started with a 3. Here comes Bob Harris, Jake Wood. After an eternity, Bob Harris launches to find out that Jake Wood red lit sometime in the last millennium. It's going to be Bob Harris moving on to face Dwayne Opperman in the semifinals of Sportsman. John Sullivan on the single. John Sullivan, 72 green on the single. He goes not even 6, 709. Clicks it off by the looks of things. Robert Crum with a big red light in that last pair moves Kevin Barden on to the next round. Shelly Garber goes 420 red. You can make the joke. I won't make the joke. David Meyer goes 34 on the tree, dead zero. How about that? Junior Stanley, Jeff Barth. 734 the dial for Jeff in the Vega. 647 for Stanley in the Falcon, the O2 Motorsports lane. Well, Jeff Barth, red lit first. Junior Stanley, red lit worst. Going to be Jeff Barth moving on into the next round of Pro, where he will face David Meyer. Dwayne Opperman and Joseph Johnson coming up now. Winner of this pair will face Big John Sullivan. So 760 for Dwayne Opperman. That correlates to a 12 flat by the NHRA ET reference eighth mile to quarter mile conversion omatic table 9,000. Dwayne Opperman going to take the win here. He's 21 on the tree, under by a teeny tiny bit. Joseph Johnson, 36 red, not going to do it. Sean Stanley, Billy Goss. So Super Pro 6 and 7, Super Pro should be on their way to 6 and 7. Test and tune to lane 8. Super Pro to 6 and 7. Test and tune to lane 8. Identical reaction times for Sean Stanley and Billy Goss at the finish line. It's going to be Stanley. Goss, little over a tenth off the dial. Sean Stanley of West Sacramento takes it into round number 3 in the 69 Camaro. Once again, Super Pro, Super Pro. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, lane 6 and 7. 1242 for Boston McConnell in the O2 Motorsports lane. Cameron Ellsworth prognosticating an 1190 in the Platinum Construction lane. Going to see who takes the win here in the junior novice category. This is the penultimate round. This is the final. Boston McConnell going to take it. Cameron Ellsworth breaks out. 21 thou under the dial-in. Hand it over to that McConnell family racing clan out of Wilsonville. Tegan Glanzer picks up the win. He's 15 on the tree. 97 on a 96 dial. Dylan Ellsworth, 72 on the tree. Goes 912 on the 910. Comes Owen Kinder on the single. Moving into Super Pro with Joey Ericart and Marty Cisneros. 530 the dial for Marty, the O2 Motorsports lane. 692 for the wheel standing Henry J. and Joey Ericart. Marty Cisneros rolls the beam. Jody Ericart going to move on to the next round. 696 on the 692. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Bill Wood and Mike Brundage. 511 for Brundage. In the O2 Motorsports lane, 489 for Bill Wood. In the Platinum Construction lane, it's anybody's race, and that anybody is Mike Brundage. He's 10 on the tree. Bill's 20 on the tree. Both go over the dial in. It's 1 thou at the finish line, and it's 2 inches. There's more than 6,000 inches in an eighth mile, and it came down to those two. Here comes Jake Wood, Bobby Hartshorn. 497 for Bobby. 524 for Jake in the O2 Motorsports lane. Tree drops. Identical reaction times. Everything to play for here. Scoreboard says Jake Wood. 34 on the tree, dead 2. Bobby Hartshorn would have had to go dead 0 or dead 1 to get it done, and it does not happen. As it turns out, he breaks out. Jake Wood going on into the next round, where he will face Jammin' Joey Ericart. Winner of their race gets the bye into the final round. Comes Sam Tucker and Dale Lindstrom. 3 hun between them. Chop Top Camaro with the head start. Lindstrom is staged. Here comes the tree. Dale picked a bad time to be late because Sam was not. It's going to be Sam Tucker. 548 on the 548. Someone knows their car. Dale Lindstrom, 8 thou under. And 5 hun behind off the starting line. Here comes Nick Ciccone and Stacer Hartshorn. It's Bobby's brother. 550 the dial. Nick Ciccone dialed in at that number that means bad luck to a lot of people, but so far it's doing him pretty good. Gonna be Ciccone, 670, 4 hun off. He's 11 on the tree. Hartshorn fouls out. Nick moves on. Dean Hall, hang on, give me 1 sec. 430 on a 428. Robert Crum, 69 on the tree, not going to get it done. So, I mean, we could use winners back to the lanes. That'd be cool. So all the updated ladders are posted at the base of the tower. Um, I mean, I know it's hot out there. I mean, if we could do like a 15 to 20 minute turnaround, that would be ideal. We're trying to get everyone over to the barbecue when the food's still hot and tasty. So if we could, yeah, I mean, if we could do a 20-minute turnaround, that'd be pretty cool. So if it's been 20 minutes since your last run, just start getting ready to come on down. So we're gonna put sportsmen lanes 2 and 3 for round number 3. Proto lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles are completed, so there's no buffer in there between anymore. So sportsmen to 2 and 3, pro to 4 and 5, please. All right, here comes Bob Harris, Dwayne Opperman. Well, Bob Harris is going to beat Dwayne Opperman one day, but it's not going to be today. Dwayne Opperman, 12:15 on the 12:08. Harris goes 12:25 on the 12:30. Here we go. Pro ET, David Meyer, Jeff Barth. 7:30 the dial for Jeff, 660. For David Meyer, the man who needs a nickname in the O2 Motorsports lane, Chevy S10. Comes Kevin Barden, Sean Stanley. Heads up dial. The car that moves first with a green light has an advantage. That advantage is owned by Sean Stanley at the finish light. Finish light. Whatever. You know what it is. The curtain thing down there where the cars go through. Sean Stanley, 011 on the tree. 2.5 feet down there. He's going to take the win. Kevin Barden was 68 on the tree. Much closer to the 660 dial. He went 661. Here we go. Final pair in Pro ET. It's double up Dwayne Opperman and John Sullivan. 7-0 for Sullivan. $7.59 for Opperman in the 67 Camaro. Dwayne still in Sportsman. Going to try to keep the momentum rolling here in Pro ET. Five thou apart. Going to go to Dwayne Opperman. 57 total. John Sullivan, 59 on the tree. Ineligible in a mathematical fashion. How about that? Dwayne Opperman. Going to move on to round 4 of Pro, where he will face Sean Stanley. David Meyer will have the single into the final round of Pro. Super Pro, you're up next. Super Pro, you're up next. If you're not here, you're late. Super Pro, up next. Owen Kinder, Tegan Glanzer. This is your Junior Dragster Pro final round. 796 the dial for Tegan in the O2 Motorsports lane. 836 for Owen Kinder in the Platinum Construction lane and Kinder Family Racing. Well, Owen Kinder's got a lot of ground to make up. Not going to happen. Tegan Glanzer, 009 off the starting line. For the little kid that could, he goes 8-0 at 77. Well, I guess he's not a little kid anymore. He's like taller than me. Anyway, Owen Kinder, 126 on the tree, goes 838 on the 836. Tegan Glanzer picks up the win. Super Pro, suit up. Super Pro, suit up. Jake Wood, Joey Ericart coming into round number 3 of Super Pro. 524 the dial for Jake, 692 for Jam and Joey Ericart in the high flying Henry J. Ooh, hot tree for Joey Ericart. Jake Wood might be in trouble down at the finish line. How about Joey Ericart? 005 on the tree, good by 14. He's 19 total. Jake Wood is 5 thou out of the ballpark. Joey Ericart moves on to round number 4 of Super Pro, where he gets the bye into the final. Comes Dean Hall, Sam Tucker. Dean Hall, the fastest car on the property today, 428 the dial in the O2 Motorsports lane. Corbel Champagne Cellars sponsored dragster. Sucker has been flying. See, right when you start talking about someone, Dean Hall goes 4th thou red. 429 on a 428 dial. That would have been a very tight race. Sam Tucker, 11 on the tree, good by 12. He's 23 total. Dean would have had to go 006 or better to beat Sam Tucker. Sam Tucker, 011 on the tree. Joey, are you going to sit out the bye or are you going to run it? Does that mean run it? Or are you going to sit it out? Okay. So I'm looking at my little window here. I see the Sportsman final, so it'd be cool to run that. Pro and Super Pro. Start turning them around, please. Pro and Super Pro. You guys still have 2 rounds left each, so we're only in your semi. So Pro and Super Pro, come on down for your semifinal, please. Well, I mean, Dwayne Opperman's here, so I mean, technically that's 1/3 of both semifinals, but we just want to make sure we have the rest of it. David Rudd, Dwayne Opperman are protesting the drought in the water box here, but the Sportsman final approaches. 13:30 the dial for David Rudd in the Blue Nova. I feel like we've ran this final round at least twice so far this year, and I couldn't tell you what the score was. So 13:30 for Rudd in the Blue Nova, 12:07 the dial for Double Up Dwayne Opperman. In the Sinister Camaro, the O2 Motorsports lane, 12:07. Going to come back and dial something starting with a 7 when he comes back to run pro against Sean Stanley. Well, technically it's a race. Yeah, it's going to be Opperman. 001 on the tree. Goodbye 11. He's 12 total. David Rudd's 45 on the tree, and he's under by 8 thou. So Double Up Dwayne already has a single up, and now he's working on the double up. Your winner in Sportsman is your Sportsman category champion for the last 7 years, Dwayne Opperman. Did not see that one coming. So anyway, in Pro ET, we're waiting on Sean Stanley, who's there. Dwayne Opperman's coming back, and David Meyer has the bye. Oh, cool. They're both there. So we're just waiting on Opperman. Meyer, if you want to take the bye first, just get up there. Yeah, he's going. David Meyer on the single here, moving into the pro final, where he's going to face the winner of Sean Stanley and Dwayne Opperman. $13 on the tree for Joey Ericart. $692 the dial. He goes $694. Moves into the final round where he will face one of these next two guys, Mike Brundage or Sam Tucker. Mike Brundage going to be facing Joey Earhart in the Super Pro Final. He goes 5:13 on a 5:12 after an 0:16 reaction time. Sean Stanley fouls out. One foul red. Going to be Dwayne Opperman taking on David Meyer in the pro final. That one's going to get interesting. So Joey Earhart will have lane choice in the Super Pro final round coming up. All right, so for the upcoming final rounds, we're looking for Dwayne Opperman, David Meyer, and Mike Brundage because Joey Erickhart's already here. So if you three could turn around as soon as you're able, we don't want you coming down before you're ready, but as soon as you're able, David Meyer, Dwayne Opperman, and Mike Brundage. All right, guys. Pro final round. This one is going to be interesting. Dwayne Opperman and David Meyer. Place your bets. Place your bets. 662. The dial for David Meyer in the O2 Motorsports lane. 759 for double up Dwayne Opperman in the Platinum Construction lane. This is going to be a battle of thousands. Two very heavy hitters in the pro final round.
You got to pick, so we're back.
And David Meyer goes 8th thou red, and Dwayne Opperman missed the tree. He's 63 green. Talk about a lucky break. Dwayne Opperman, your winner in Pro ET, and he did fulfill the double up Dwayne prophecy, at least for the day. Mike Brundage and Jam and Joey Ericart, your Super Pro final is waiting in the wings. All right, here we go. Joey Ericart. 692 the dial, the high-flying Henry J. out of Anderson, California. Getting more than a full tree's head start over Mike Brundage, the 2020 Reading Dragstrip Super Pro champion. All right, Joey Ericart with a substantial starting line advantage, and at the finish line, how about Joey Ericart? He's 001 on the tree. Good by 14. He's 15 total. Mike Brundage is 28 on the tree. A very good light, but it's not going to cut it here. Joey Ericart, your winner today in the Super Pro category. And that's a wrap. Now we kick off the fun part of the Fall Classic. It's time for the Appreciation Barbecue. So that is the end of the racing for today. However, the fun has just begun. Oh, look, it's that double up Dwayne guy.